football playoff. Just kidding. No, of course, it is the election night in America. And first up, we're going to talk a little bit about what is happening here in the United States, our great nation. And first, we'll talk about the presidential election and our official predictions here at the Collegiate Rundown from me, my political analysis on the empowerment. And we will take first a look at the big swing states. We've got Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada. Well, first, let's start with Nevada's 6 electoral votes, the smallest and least important of the swing states. However, still a highly, highly competitive race in Nevada. But in my opinion, if Donald Trump could not beat Vice President Harris, could not beat Secretary of State Hillary Clinton in 2016, let's take a look actually at the results in Nevada in 2016, where Mr. Trump lost by 2% to Hillary Clinton, who was a very weak candidate. I do not think that he will be able to win the election against Harris, who is by far a much stronger candidate. Now let's look at Arizona, a state that went to Joe Biden by a very, very small margin in 2020. I believe, yes, 0.4%, only 11,000 votes. And this was really with the help of Maricopa County, the county with about more than half of the state's population, that Joe Biden won, that he was the first Democrat in a long time to do so. Now let's take a look at the next battleground state, the state of Wisconsin. And Wisconsin, 10 electoral votes. And Wisconsin, Ms. Harris has been polling the best in the state of Wisconsin, although the polls aren't why I think that Wisconsin, with the current situation in Gaza, is the most favorable state to Harris because it has the lowest of the Rust Belt states' Arab American population. Now let's take a look at Michigan, the state with the highest Arab American population in the country. 15 electoral votes, and Michigan is incredibly close. Let's take a look at how President Biden did in Michigan. He did quite well. He won by 2.8%, and that was a result that he very much made people feel that he had rebuilt the blue wall. It will be very important to see how well Harris does and if she can win with so many voters, about 300,000, I believe, Arab Americans in places like Hamtramck, here in Detroit, in Wayne County, in Macomb County, in Oakland County. How well she does with them, and if she will be able to still get over the top without their support. Now let's take a look at Pennsylvania, where we do project a Harris victory, 19 electoral votes, sometimes referred to as the most important state in this election. And I really do agree with that statement. President Trump's campaign has spent almost all of its time in the state of Pennsylvania, whereas the Harris campaign has done some more spread out campaigning than Trump's campaign has done. But either way, Harris's ground game is much stronger there. It's a state that Hillary, of course, lost in 2016. Biden rebuilt the blue wall, won by 1.2%. And one of the counties where it's going to be very important is a county that I actually visited when working for the Harris campaign, Cambria County, where there have been reports of voters who were prepared to vote early this morning, not being able to vote because of a technical malfunction. We are told that that has been fixed, and voting there has been extended to 10 p.m. so that every vote in Cambria County can be counted. A county that used to be a bit of a swing county, and since as the jobs have dried up, New Deal Democrats have abandoned, of course, the Biden administration, and President Trump won by almost 40 points in the state of President Trump, excuse me, won by almost 40 points in Cambria County. And now let's move to the Sun Belt states. First, let's take a look at Georgia. President Biden won by 3 percentage points. Trump won the state of Georgia by a fairly large margin of 5.1% back in 2016. I do project Mr. Trump to win the state of Georgia again by a fairly large margin, because there are people haven't spoke a lot about this, but there are 500,000 voters in mostly African American Atlanta suburbs that were registered to vote in 2020, that likely voted in 2020, that are not registered to vote and will be unable to vote because of policies undertaken by Governor Brian Kemp's administration in Georgia. Now, and that is why we believe that Kamala Harris will win 276 to 262. We will keep you updated on all of the developments in this race through the night. Should be a very good one. Now let us move to our next race. The Senate race. And this is a very important one. And there are 10 states that could really go to either side in this election. Obviously, there are some states that are more likely to go to the Democrats and some more likely to go to the Republicans. But the states of Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, Montana, Nebraska, Texas, Florida, Nevada, and Arizona are all very much competitive in this election. First, let's take a look at Nevada. And I do think that the Democrats will be able to hold Nevada, they'll hold Arizona, they'll hold Wisconsin, they'll hold Michigan, they'll hold Pennsylvania, mostly because swing state Republican parties are typically highly underperform President Trump, and especially with Mark Kelly on the ballot, with strong incumbents on the ballot in those states. I think that the Democrats will do very well. In Ohio, Sherrod Brown and Bernie Moreno, a very competitive race. Moreno, not a very popular candidate. Surprised they picked him. Should be a very strong candidate if they were running against Sherrod Brown, a political force. Let's take a look at his 2018 results. And Brown won by 7% against the Karachi and Ashtabula, Lake County. These are the two counties that have really described the shift in Ohio towards the Republican Party. And it has very much been a pro-Trump shift. But at least last time, Sherrod Brown was able to win both of these counties and win a fairly decisive victory on every single county that borders Lake Michigan, really, Lake Erie, excuse me. A very impressive performance for a Democratic candidate. And now we will take a look at Fulton. Let's take a look at the 2020 election in Ohio. Trump won by 7%, and he won handily in Lake County, in Ashtabula County. And these are the county's working class white voters who Sherrod Brown is really counting on to be able to deliver him this victory. I think he will be able to get over the top. And now let's talk about the other race that really matters for Senate control, and that is Montana. Jon Tester, a longtime Democratic incumbent in Montana, and he won by about 3.7% in Montana. And it's counties like Cascade County, like Park County, voters like Sherrod's Brown Coalition, white working class voters, that he's going to need to win, that President Biden just could not win. Let's take a look at Park County. Places where Biden is not, Cascade County, Trump plus 20%, and Tester won it. He's going to be relying on people voting very much split ticket if he wants to win this. Now let's take a look at the other states that are important for Senate control. In Nebraska, independent Dan Osborne is running against Republican incumbent Deb Fischer. She is leading him in the polls by roughly 3 points and is likely to be able to eke out a victory despite the very impressive performance that Osborne has done. The Democrats are not running anyone against Osborne, despite Osborne's denying that he will be caucus with the Democrats he would win the election. Nebraska is special, of course. Republican safe election against the Democrat. And Texas, Ted Cruz, one of the most hated people in Washington, facing off against Colin Allred and Beto. Well, this one will be close. Beto O'Rourke was probably the closest we will ever get to a blue Texas until it flips presidentially. And this election was still a 2.6% victory for Cruz. But Beto's done well. And for a Democratic victory, these are Collin and Denton counties. If those are going well for both Allred and Harris, that is a very good sign for Vice President Harris and Colin Allred. Next, let's take a look at the governor's races. Not much competitive in these governor races. We have Washington, a safe blue, bunch of safe blue. Indiana, a bit of an interesting way Indiana may go if in a scenario Indiana does end up supporting going. They have a race between Mike Braun and I believe Dave McCormick for governor. And if this race is within 7-ish points early, because Indiana's polls close at most of their polls close at 6, that could be a very, very good sign for Harris that Democrats are looking good. Missouri is obviously going to be a fairly safe, just the margins will probably be within 15. Nebraska, Kelly Ayotte versus Joyce Craig. And in the first 6 votes, we saw 3 for Harris and 3 for Trump, but then 5 for Ayotte and 1 for Craig, showing that there are going to be a lot of Harris Ayotte split ticket voters. And I think that is going to help carry her over the finish line. And the Republicans will retain the New Hampshire governorship. Phil Scott, very popular Republican incumbent in Vermont and in West Virginia. I believe the Republicans are safe. And then the North Carolina race, Roy Cooper could not run again, which probably does hurt the Democratic Party. But Josh Stein, I believe current Secretary of State, running there. And Mark Robinson, his Republican opponent, has described himself as a black Nazi. Well, on some sites that cannot be described here without this video being demonetized. So we will leave it at that. In the House, it's very hard to predict individual races. But here's our map, 218 to 216. And we're not, I mean, we do predict the Republicans will win that seat. We're not exactly sure where we can find that final House seat that is still labeled as a toss-up. But I do predict it will be a very, very narrow Democratic win. And in these House races, sometimes we don't see results for weeks. And the House races really could come down to the wire in this one. Very important that everybody gets out to vote. It's election day in America. This is the backbone of our society. And now let's just take a look at some of the ways that we will be making our projections here at the Collegiate Rundown. So let's open up our map and import our candidates. Kamala Harris, Donald Trump. And the way we will be making our predictions is once the AP, CNN, and Fox have all projected a state, we will go to our decision desk for a confirmation vote. And if it passes unanimously, we will be able to a state for Vice President Harris or President Trump. The live results will be right here. But let's say first race of the night in Kentucky, right at 7 p.m. All 3 call it for Trump. We will vote, and that vote should, of course, for Kentucky should be a fairly easy projection for President Trump. He will gain the electoral votes of Kentucky, and with that, our live maps will be And obviously, I believe we will have a second stream up with the live projection maps. Thank you for watching the pre-show, and we will be right back. But before that, let's get our election per poll closings countdown. Timeanddate.com. It's pretty. Election November 5th, 2024, 6 p.m. Poll closings here in DC. Here we go. And enjoy this countdown timer. 2 hours, 26 minutes, and 7 seconds. And we will be back soon with more coverage of the election. let's take a look at where these 6 p.m. poll closings will be here in the United States of America. And first off, let's take a look at the state. All right, let's stop that and then share. At 6 p.m., we've got some of the state of Indiana and Kentucky's poll closures. At 7 p.m., we've got all of Indiana, Kentucky, Virginia, South Carolina, Vermont, and the first key swing state results we'll get, which will be in the state of Georgia. We will also get partial results in the states of Florida and New Hampshire, some races that may be tighter than expected. For what either way would benefit one over the other. At 7:30 p.m., some poll closures in New Hampshire as well as in Ohio, West Virginia, North Carolina, and partial closure in Florida, North Carolina. And if Ohio is looking good for Harris, that will be for the vice president. But remember what the race looks like at 7:30, at 8, at 9 tonight is nothing like what it will at 9 p.m. on election night. Biden led in Texas and Alabama, and Trump led in the state of Michigan. That is not what the final results were, and not nearly close to it. So do not expect the early results to be indicative of the results of the elections. And now we move to the 8 p.m. poll closures in Maine, in New Hampshire. Will still be closed. And in the state of Arkansas, we will have the 60 electoral votes of Arkansas being likely projected immediately at that time. And by 9 p.m., the states of New York, Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Iowa, South Dakota, North Dakota, Nebraska, Kansas, Wyoming, Colorado, Arizona, New Mexico, Texas, and Louisiana will all have their polls closed. At 10 p.m., Montana, Utah, and Nevada will all have their polls closed in what will likely result in 10 electoral votes for former President Trump and a very competitive race in Nevada. That one probably going to be the closest of any in this election, and partial closures as well in Oregon and Idaho. At 11 p.m., the Pacific Coast, California, Washington, Oregon, and Idaho. A big boost to the Democrats always happens around this time, as Washington, Oregon, and California are projected for the Democratic candidate this year, obviously Kamala Harris. At midnight, the polls will close in the state of Hawaii. Another 4 electoral votes for Vice President Harris, and partial closures in most of Alaska, except for some parts of the Aleutian Islands, where poll closures in the rest of Alaska will happen at 1 a.m. Here in my state, in the district, polls will be closing at 8 p.m. And we are now less than 14 minutes away. We are 13 minutes and 54 seconds from a projection. No projections will be made at this time at 6 p.m. However, the initial results will be very much telling of what we see. Now let's take a look at what all of our tabs that we're going to the Associated Press. And the nation votes, ladies and gentlemen. We are very, very close to our first poll closures. And let's take a look at what's at stake in poll closures. And let's take a look at what's at stake in Indiana. First, we'll take a look at the results in let's first take a look at Indiana. President Trump likely going to win In the Senate, Valerie McClay likely going to lose fairly safely to Jim Banks. Andrew Horning, the Libertarian, performing quite well in the polls. And this is the interesting race, McCormick and Braun. And McCormick has been polling very much overperforming Harris. Mike Braun, not the most popular candidate. And if this race is within 7-8 points, I think that this really could be a very, very good sign for Harris later into the night. But who knows? And let's take a look at this county, Hamilton County, for a second. First, we'll take a look at the results in Indiana in 2016 in Hamilton County. Trump carried the county by 20 points, a very suburban county here, Hamilton County, and Trump. But now let's go to 2020 in Hamilton County. Trump look for her to start in Kentucky. Look for her to start in Kentucky. We expect to be able to make those projections fairly quickly. So take from that what you will. We are less than 10 minutes away. Let's take a look at our ticking clock. We are now 9 minutes and 46 seconds away from our first results in this election. Let's take a look at the ballot measures. Group superintendent, not an important race. And attorney general, not a highly likely race. Republicans likely to hold the state senate there and win this house. A few competitive seats in the house. Mainly just this district, District 1, Frank Mervyn looking to hold likely a lean, maybe even likely, depending on what happens. Now, let's move over to Kentucky. And Kentucky for president, likely going to be an immediate projection for President Trump. And we would have Amendment 1 requires citizenship to vote. Another one of the very Nevada not looking good for Harris so far, as we will move down to where we will be set for the night. The most important night in American history. All that and more up next. Bum bum ba We are now just over 1 minute away from polls closing. Yep. Uh, I think Trump's gonna win, but we'll see tonight. Well, tomorrow or Saturday, hopefully. I doubt it though. 10 seconds. 9, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And polls have closed in Indiana, and no votes reporting yet in the state of Indiana. And let's take a look at Kentucky. Still no votes reporting. Well, first votes Hal Rogers, and we can now make projections in Kentucky's 5th and 6th district. And are there any results yet? No returns yet. And we've got very close to our first results being placed, and we're taking a look at Hamilton County, at Lake County, and at St. Joseph's County, at Porter and LaPorte County, and that is 60 electoral votes at stake and 7 p.m. poll closings. Republicans, 2 House seats projected in Thomas Massie and Hal Rogers in the 4th and 5th districts, running unopposed. And we expect results very, very soon in those 2 states. And we are 2 minutes and 17 seconds after the first poll closings. And we wait. Once again, let's take a look at Indiana in 2020. Hamilton County going to be very important. Tippecanoe County also very important. No real bellwether counties coming in anytime soon. Nothing yet. No votes reporting so far. And this is our projections in the for president, for Senate, and in the House. I believe it, yes, 218 to 217. We cannot find that final district. It is inaccessible from the UI. Still nothing from the states of Indiana and Kentucky. We are now about 3 minutes past that time. So this is going to be a very, very tight election. We very much will be contested. It is highly unlikely that we see results today, tomorrow, or anytime early this week as we move. Cobb County, an important county. Warnock won by 59.6. We'll be tracking the results there. And we've got our first results from Indiana. Where? And 560 to 956. Trump winning 71% to 26%. Not surprised. Obviously, we already had some results in New Hampshire. And the first results were told come from Stephen County. 1% of the total vote has been reported. And Kentucky's first ballots are coming in. And those are, well, let's see, from the highly Republican Laurel County in the southeast of the state. Trump leading 81.2 to 18.0. And let's take a look at all the other votes. 38 for RFK, 11 for Jill Stein, 10 for Chase Oliver, and 4 from someone who's not on the ballot in most other states. And let's take a look. Neither of these important counties in the race. I'm gonna go back and micro that, and then no. And maybe when you wake up, maybe I'll. 2% of the vote in Kenton County, Kamala Harris, and we will be right back. And when this clock hits an hour, we will be once again at Ladies and gentlemen, 9 minutes and 54 seconds. Clock is ticking. Let's take a look at the results so far. No projections yet. Kentucky, some real amounts. Some real votes are in Kenton County and Laurel County, 30% and 36% reporting respectively. And both of these votes, especially in Kenton County, suburbs of Cincinnati, should be very good for the Trump campaign if Harris is legitimately losing by almost 20 points in a suburban county. That is a very, very, very bad situation for the Harris campaign if that holds true. And results coming in from Whitley County, another very much pro-Trump county. And this is typically how it goes. Republicans do typically report their votes. In general, do report. No Harris leading counties have reported. We will continue to await to make a projection. Obviously, no projections will be made anywhere prior. And Banks, McCray. Let's take a look at Indiana, and this governor's race is important, and some real results coming in Indiana with about 1% of votes in. Trump leading 70-27. No Democratic leaning counties are reporting it, so I would not take that completely for everything. Let's go back to look in a state breakdown of Indiana for governor. And Donald Rainwater, the Libertarian candidate, with 5%. But let's take a look at Sullivan County. 1,000 votes for McCormick, only 956 for Harris. I mean, overperformance of about 100 votes for Harris, which is a fairly major margin. Now let's take a look at Whitley County. 2,413 for McCormick, only 2,246 for 2,446 for Harris. What? Well, I'm live, but okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back, and we have a key race alert from CNN. We'll keep you updated on that. In Kentucky, 2% of the vote in Kentucky. Harris set 37.8, Trump 60.9. Not bad results for Harris in Kentucky, especially with mostly rural counties reporting. Not, we're not going to read too much into this because obviously it's Kenton County, a very rural county, and Laurel County, a Kenton County, pardon me, a suburban part of Cincinnati, and we will.
When is the first time states will actually be called?
And yes, the first time states will actually be called is likely going to be Kentucky and possibly Indiana, depending on how many votes we have out of there by 7 p.m. Thank you for that question, Mr.
When? Okay, 7 p.m.
Yes.
Thank you.
And we've got the CNN app now, so we will be opening up the magic wall, as they say. U.S. edition. U.S. politics election. And we'll take a look at the results. Fayette County, Harris, in Indiana. Go get your iPad. It's gonna be a long night. In Indiana, let's take a look at Fayette County. Valerie McCray with 1222, Harris with 1346, and McCormick with 1382. Harris overperforming McCormick. I'm not sure if that's a good thing for Harris or a bad thing for McCormick. We will see how Harris is. Overall, McCormick is overperforming, but not by much. And Donald Rainwater, the Libertarian, with 5.4% of the vote, with 1% reporting. And we obviously have made our first two projections in the House. This races in Kentucky's fourth, right there, in Kentucky's 4th and 5th districts with Hal Rogers in the after I let it charge the whole way, in the very, very annoying Mr. Thomas Massie. And we pull up our CNN magic wall as we take a look. Let's look here in Indiana. Trump leading. And let's go back. Let's go to the Senate races. And we've got some votes reporting from the top corner. Steuben County, McCray Banks. Let's take a look at President. And Harris doing fairly well in Steuben County so far. And we Indiana 29% for Harris, 69% for Trump. These are not good results for the Harris campaign so far. Obviously, very anecdotal results so far, so not complete. Let's take a look down in Kentucky. Let's look first, and this is interesting, where Covington is. Cincinnati, Kenton County, a Cincinnati suburb. Trump 58.7, Harris 40.1, Kennedy with 171, Stein with 110. Stein currently not performing very well. And let's take a look at Kenton County, about these same margins. And if the Democrats can continue to narrow down, one of the things Harris needs to do is increase Biden's Biden's success with suburban voters. and that's something that Harris is going to really have to focus on in Owen County, another rural county. Let's take a look at New Hampshire. Obviously, we got those first results at midnight in Dixville. 50-50 and for president, for Senate, there are no seats. For House, 4 for Maggie Goodlander and 2 for Lily Tang Williams, the Republican, and for governor, 5 for Kelly Ayotte and 1 for Joyce Craig. I mean, that is a very interesting and very much a good look for the Ayotte campaign, that there are people splitting their ticket, Democrats for Congress, Democrat for president, and then for her, the Republican for governor. And that is, I would say, very, very good news for the Ayotte campaign. And generally Democratic Congress congressional campaign, if they can overperform popular incumbents in these major districts, that will be a very good look. Now we zoom out to let's take a look at CNN's magic wall. No results in the battleground states. And CNN, oddly enough, has put Oregon as a likely Dem state, which I honestly think is quite a offense to the state of Oregon. It is a conservative state, but let's take a look. Let's go to our results in 2020. Let's look at Oregon, 56.5% for Biden and 40.4% for Trump. I do not think that Oregon has somehow shifted to the left. Let's take a look. New results coming in Indiana. Nothing yet from the counties we are hoping for. Hamilton County, obviously Marion County, Fort Wayne, Allen County for Fort Wayne, and Lake Porter, LaPorte, and St. Joseph's, the Northwest 4, going to be interesting. Let's take a look back down to Kentucky. Trump 66, Harris 33, Covington County still nothing, Taylor County, Casey County, and interesting that Harris is down by so much. I mean, 80% still. Let's take a look at some of these states. Unfortunately, we are unable to show you our access to the CNN magic wall. And Marion County, Kentucky, reporting, and with some very anecdotal evidence. But Harris is leading in Marion County, 197 to 134, and that is a very odd county. Let's take a look at 2020. Trump wins 68.5 to 30.5. I'm sure it's just the place where they're reporting, but this is a safe red county that Harris is leading by 20%. Obviously, very little of the county's projected votes are in. Same thing with Anderson County, where Trump is leading. And we've got our first results from Fort Wayne, Allen County, with 44% of ballots reporting Trump leading. Let's take a look at Allen County. Trump with 52.1%, Harris with 47.4%. We're going to look at 2020. Trump 54.5%, Biden 43.3%. If Harris can improve, especially with 44% of votes in, that is very good news for the Harris campaign if they're improving in a place like Fort Wayne. What?
How did the grandparents do?
What grandparents? He's not paying attention to you. Also, you're live. You should be quiet. And let's take a look at Cass County. Trump 71.2, Harris 27.6. No projections made yet in any states. But let's take a look at some let's take a look at Iowa 2016. Iowa obviously had a shocker poll that had, and so big news, Harris has a higher approval rating than President Trump currently. according to CNN exit polls, of the electorate. But let's take a look at Iowa. In 2016, Trump wins the state by 51.7 to 42.2. Then we move to 2020. Trump wins the state by about 8.5 points. If this trend, if Kamala can narrow it down again, especially after that poll, that would be also a very successful save for the Democrats. Banks holding fairly well against McCray, slightly overperforming President Trump, and then in the governor's race, Braun underperforming Trump by about 3%. Not enough to really significantly hurt him, but it is not a that is a fairly large hit to his popularity, very clearly. And we'll take a look at Kentucky. So interesting results in Kentucky's first, with a whopping 0% of the expected turnout. And in 2022, that district went to incumbent James Comer by a whopping about 50%. So we don't expect anything shocking there. But we'll take a look. And Republicans leading in all of the seats so far. No votes coming in Monroe County, where Bloomington is. Let's take a look at where Harris could be looking to make gains. Obviously, we've looked at Hamilton County, which Hamilton County right here, which shifted 13 points to the left in between 2016 and 2020. Well, if it makes that shift again, that could be a very large driver of a good Harris performance. And our first results in from Fayette County in there's so many similar county names from Fayette County in Kentucky. Harris 65.2%, Trump 199, 0% of the votes in. And good news for Harris, 0 votes for Jill Stein there. And still nothing major in Kentucky. And this really, Kamala Harris's election strategy has been much more about her qualification and not her being a woman, which is why some people feel she will perform better than Democrats who had the same views. Let's take a look. 31 minutes and 15 seconds away from poll closures in the key battleground states in the very, very key battleground states. The very key battleground state of Georgia. Now let's take a look at places where is abortion on the ballot. Florida, Maryland, Missouri, Arizona, Colorado, Nebraska, New York, South Dakota, Montana, and Nevada. And it's states like Montana, like South Dakota, like Nebraska, places like Kansas that would shock, that could become a fairly massive and very important race. Florida Amendment 4, obviously the most followed. New York, Maryland, Arizona, and Nevada probably will pass their votes, and that will help drive turnout, we think, for as polls close very, very soon. And how close are we to poll closings in the major states? And let's take a look, of course, at our New York Times poll closing maps. Indiana, Kentucky, Virginia, South Carolina, Georgia, and Vermont. We do expect to, once those close, be able to make projections in Kentucky, in Kentucky and Vermont, possibly South Carolina, and hopefully, and it would be a very good thing for the Harris campaign if projections can be made in Virginia before 8, and a good thing for the Trump campaign if projections can be made in South Carolina before 8 p.m. here on election night. And let's take a look at Fort Wayne right now. 52.1 to 47.4. Very, very good results with 44% in for the Harris campaign there. And so we take a look, we just wait. All we can do is wait and see at this point. These two candidates will go at it for, but let's take a look at some of the counties that are important here in Indiana in 2010. Monroe County, home of Bloomington, and it's going to be counties like Vanderburgh County, home of Evansville, and of course Allen County, home of Fort Wayne. And if we can see Kamala Harris make gains in these counties, that will be very good news for her for the rest of the night. And results in Anderson County, 3% of the votes in. Harris 183, Trump. Harris down by 10. Harris, of course, lost that county by about 5%. Franklin County in Kentucky, a very important county, Trump won. But let's go take a look for a second at some of the counties that we're going to be tracking as potential bellwethers in 2020. Let's take a look at Northampton County, just north of Allentown. Biden won at 49.8 to 49.0, and Biden won the election in 2016. That's going to be a very interesting potential bellwether to track 2016. Let's take a look at Pennsylvania. Trump won Northampton County 50% to 46.2%. And then we'll look at some other ones. Hamilton County, of course, is just going to be an interesting one. Door County in Wisconsin in 2016. Trump wins Door County 49.4 to 46.1 percentage points. Very good performance for Trump there in Door County. And then Biden 49.9, Trump 48.5. And if this is a real swing county, he's voted for the winner every election but one since 1980. Same thing, I believe. This county, Clallam County, has voted for the winner of every election since 1964, I believe. Someone can't fact check me, of course, if that does turn out to be incorrect. Trump won the county 47.6 to 44.8, and the margin's very impressive. I mean, it's not like the county flip-flops by 1 or 2 voters every single time. It flip-flops pretty decently to the eventual winner of the election. And we will be on break from now until 6:50, at which time we will be only 10 minutes away from the first major poll closing of the night. Thank you for joining us here for Ladies and gentlemen, we are back, and we are just moments away from the first statewide poll closings in Indiana. Let's take a look at where they'll be. Here in Indiana, Kentucky, Virginia, South Carolina, Vermont, and the key battleground state of Georgia. Let's take a look at our current projection maps, and no results for president, no results in the Senate, and 2 House seats called. Kentucky's 4th and 5th districts have been projected for the Republicans as a hold, but besides that, nothing else has been called. Let's take a look at Indiana. Harris looking very good here in Indiana. 65% of votes reporting. Some very, very good results for Harris, leading still in Hamilton County and increasing her lead over former President Trump in Hamilton County, leading obviously only by 1 percentage point, but that is still a major improvement for Democrats. If they can win more of these suburban counties, not winning in Kenton County, but that's not a complete surprise. In Franklin, and then another shocker in Franklin County, Kentucky obviously not going to go for the Democrats, but let's take a look at Franklin County, the home of Frankfort, with 42% reporting Harris, leading 53.5 to 45.2. Why? Josh, I don't accommodate for you. You accommodate for me. Hello, friend. And Trump won this county by about 1%. If Harris, who's currently leading this county by, with 42% in, Harris leads by 8%. I don't think that Harris is in a bad position at all currently on election night. If this is truly what the results are like, we return to CNN's magic wall. Voters' main issue is obviously the economy, followed by illegal immigration. And we're very close to poll closures in Georgia, and we will be right back. Clock is ticking close. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back and we are we are now 2 minutes away from poll closures in the key battleground state of Georgia, except for a few polling places in Fulton County. Now let's take a look very quickly at Fulton County. First, we're going to look in 2016 in Georgia. Fulton County in 2016. The county that Atlanta is in, 69% for Lincoln, 27.4% for Trump. And then in 2020, let's take a look at Georgia. Fulton County, 72.6, 26.2 for Trump. And if Harris can really run up the margins with African American voters, that is going to be very important. Obviously, CNN analyzing the results here in Fayette County that's very, very good. But Franklin County, of course, as they're saying live on CNN, if some of you are watching, very, very good early results for the Democratic Party. And again, in Allen County, with 45% of votes reporting, Trump leads by only 4%, which would be a very nice improvement for the Harris campaign if they can maintain that. But we are just 35 seconds away. Here we go. Our first projections of the night. 30, 25, 24, 23. And very important results in Virginia, too, to see how well Harris is doing in places that are typically Democratic. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we have poll closures in the states of Indiana and Kentucky. Indiana, Kentucky, Virginia, South Carolina, Georgia, and Vermont, as well as partial closures in the states of Florida and New Hampshire. And we are standing by currently for the CNN projections. And then we will also look, of course, 10 seconds away from CNN announcing their projections. And then we'll take a look at Fox. Let's pull 4, 3, 2, 1. And we have a CNN projection. Kentucky for President Trump. And we will also be making these projections. Kentucky. And Kentucky, we will be projecting Kentucky and going to President Trump. Vermont, going to India. No projections in Indiana yet. The AP has projected the state of Indiana, but we will not be projecting the state of Indiana. And a key race alert in the state of Indiana. No projection being made yet. I think that that's a good decision because no votes. I mean, only 14% of votes in, none of them from Democratic areas, and Harris is performing well. No, obviously, she will not be winning the state of Indiana unless this is a complete electoral wipeout. Oh, 8% of votes already reporting in Florida. Let's take a look at how those are looking. And Trump with 56, Harris with 43 in the state of Florida. So let's take a look at where those votes are from. Osceola, no votes yet in for Georgia. Polls have closed. 51% Harris. And we are waiting for our initial results to come in from Florida. Nothing from Vermont. The 3 electoral votes going to Vice President Harris. The 8 electoral votes of Kentucky going to President Trump. Let's take a look at Fox. And let's see who they have projected. We are not going to be And no projection yet for for Harris in Indiana. Indiana, very funny. Play on words. We will hold off on that one for now, but those results should come in shortly. Florida with about 1% of votes in. Harris, when there are 67,000 Harris is and here we go. Still no projection in Indiana. We're awaiting the first votes in the key battleground states. We are considering a projection. And we do have about 1 million votes in from Florida, 11% reporting. And Trump is leading with 14% in the state of Florida by a lot. Kennedy with 0.7%. And good news for Harris is Jill Stein is nowhere to be found. Bad news for Harris is that some very good news for Harris. She is up in Duval County. Now let's take a look at Duval County. 2020 voted for President Biden. Voted for Trump in 2016, a county that really would look very good for the Harris campaign if they can win, or at least make some, or even make more gains in Duval County. And yeah, they're talking about Duval County on CNN. Very much a competitive state that we will be looking at. 23% of votes in now. And some good news for Harris. I mean, she's got it within 4 with 23% of votes reporting. Wow. Still very much a possible blowout. Oh my God. It's within 2% with 30% in from Florida. And these are 30%. It's not going to hold like that, but this is very good early results for. You want to go to the Harris watch party? We can't. You need an invite. Well, actually, I'm sure there are people there just gonna sneak in. No, if we go, then it won't be a blowout. And this is some very good results for the Harris campaign so far. Let's take a look at Georgia. First results coming in from Twiggs County. And no projection yet from CNN, but we are now able to make. Jesus Christ. I am live, but we can now make a projection in the key state of Indiana for President Trump. He will now have 19 votes. Jim Banks, no projection. These are some very, very positive early results. Harris will not lead, but with the votes pretty much equally split between urban and rural counties, although Orange County, Pinellas County, Tampa, and Orlando mostly where the votes are coming from, but no votes from Miami-Dade, no votes from Palm Beach, a lot of Broward County votes. That's helping Harris a lot, but also votes in places like Clay County, in Nassau County, Marion County, Sumter County, Lake County, Osceola County, Sarasota County, a major place that Trump has to do good in. Although this is interesting, we're being told by the AP Biden won the Pinellas County by 3%. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Harris winning Pinellas County by a larger margin, not a complete larger margin, but 100% of votes in, of course, in 2020. Let's take a look at 2024. Currently, good news is what's flowing from Harris. Awaiting our results in Georgia. Awaiting our results. Georgia 50. The only votes are from Twiggs County, a very small county south of Macon. Now let's take a look at Twiggs County 2020. It was a Trump 53, Biden 46. So yeah, about expected results. And still no results in yet. Let's take a look at Florida again. 35% in. And Harris, if Harris really is legitimately within 4% in Florida, that is very, very good news for the Harris campaign for the rest of the night. We do expect it to President Trump's lead to expand. Is doing where the report are that he's doing better among non-college educated whites, according to the Exit White Americans. He is not doing better among independents. That is not good news. They're saying a dramatic flip in Georgia. And Harris winning with 3% of the vote in Georgia, although that's mostly from Douglas County, Rockdale County. Indiana is now projected by CNN. With 39% reporting shocking results out of Florida, with Harris within 3% in the state of Florida. I do not understand what is going on in the state of Florida. And some results finally in Virginia. Trump is leading. Let's take a look at where these results are from. Oh, that is not good. Virginia Beach. What on earth? Something very odd is happening in the state of Florida right now. Trump leading with 5,000 votes in Virginia. Shockingly competitive election. Well, only results coming. But let's take a look at Virginia Beach because Trump is leading there by 8% with about 0% of expected votes. Virginia Beach went to Biden by 5%. Harris needs to run up the margins in these suburban counties that she is doing currently in Hamilton County, where she now leads by 1% with 58% reporting. And in Georgia, Harris does lead, we're being told, in the state of Georgia with very, very early results still to come. Florida, 42%, and Harris is within 5. Florida obviously reports their ballots incredibly fast. We will probably be able to make a projection by the time polls close. McCarcel Powell, I think, is underperforming Harris. I'm not sure if that's probably not a good sign for the Democrats. But let's take a look in the state of Florida, and importantly also on Amendment 4. And Florida is voting to currently legalize marijuana, and yes on 58 to 40, 59% lead for yes on Amendment 4 to enshrine the right to abortion in the Florida state constitution. Harris within 4%, 5% now. And Jill Stein with 16,000 votes, performing better than Chase Oliver. I don't think. South Carolina, very anecdotal results with 194 votes counted. Harris does lead in South Carolina currently. I don't think that matters at this point. We will keep you updated if that becomes an important part of election night. And some very rural McDuffie County. Let's take a look at McDuffie County. Trump won that county by 20%, leading now by 30% with 68%, and that's not good news for the Harris campaign. Let's take a look at Douglas County and Atlanta County. Biden won by 20%. Harris currently leads there by 30%. So if she does, I mean, the rural African American counties, so the rural counties with high African American populations do matter for the Harris campaign. But if you can really run up the numbers in these Atlanta suburbs, that could be able to offset any losses in rural counties. Florida now 45% reporting, and Trump has widened the lead to 7%, which is expected. Shockingly fast reporting the state of Florida does. Impressive, I would say. And in Virginia, Trump currently leads with 5,000 votes. Let's take a look. Are there any votes in Vermont reporting? No, not yet. Harris has been predicted to win. In New Hampshire, some votes from Keene. Biden won Keene by a lot. Election night in America continues. 42% of votes reporting. Good news for Harris is Miami and West Palm Beach are not reporting yet. So she still has some major population centers that she hopes to run up the numbers in that have not given votes yet. Currently a very nice looking map for the Harris campaign. Let's take a look at the state of Georgia. Harris leads in Georgia. Trump now leads in Georgia, 52.8. That's not happening, right? But Harris does currently lead in Georgia, 51% to 48.5%. With let's take a look at Burke County. 5% of votes reporting Harris leading by a lot. Trump won the county by only 2 percentage points. Harris looking to flip Burke County. And in Florida, 53%. Trump leads by about 7 percentage points. But let's take a look at where the vote is. Orange County, home of Orlando, 60% reporting. Hillsborough County, and this is shocking, 67% reporting Hillsborough County, the home of Tampa. Biden won the county by about 6.8 points. Harris only leading by 1. That is not great for Harris if she's losing in inner cities. Prince William County, wow, who would know that there could be a tie with over 2,000 votes reporting, but there is in Prince William County, Virginia. Jill Stein performing well with 2.7% of the vote in the exurban county. That is not good for the Harris campaign if Trump can use Jill Stein as a surrogate to siphon off votes from Kamala Harris. In New Hampshire, Harris is leading by a whopping 40% with only 1% of votes reporting, and those being from Concord and Keene. No. No, we can't. That would be a waste of time. And here, that is widening. Trump now leads by about 9%, with 53% reporting. Oh dear. Oh dear. 70% reporting Trump leading in Miami-Dade County by a whopping 10%. Stop the count. That is very bad if Harris is losing Hispanic voters in Miami-Dade County by that much. That would be a very... Hispanic voters do not play a massive part in states like Georgia, North Carolina, and the Blue Wall. But in a state like Arizona, as we move later into election night, if she's struggling with that much with Hispanic voters, that is very bad news for the Harris campaign. And they do hope that the rest of the 70% of votes can help them, very much so. And there's 77% in now, and this is not good for the Harris campaign at all. They do have it down to 7% just because of white college educated voters skewing so heavily towards Harris. But if she's struggling this much with Hispanic voters early into the night, that is very, very bad news for the Harris campaign. And we're only 9 minutes from next poll closings in Ohio, West Virginia, and the key battleground state of North Carolina. And Harris and Trump neck and neck in Georgia. Trump leading 50, Harris leading with about 3% of votes in, Trump leading by about 2.5%. But Florida really does a great job of getting the votes in. 59% of votes reporting 7% lead. Let us take a look at this. This is very... But first, let's take a look at a place like Orlando, a place with a lot of white working class, African American working class voters. Harris is winning by a little bit less than Trump's margins, and she is doing much better with white voters. Hillsborough County, the site of Tampa, is not good, and the first college football playoff rankings are out. We will take a break to discuss them. And Oregon, Ohio State, Georgia, Miami, Texas, Penn State, Tennessee, Indiana, BYU, Notre Dame round out the top 10. Alabama at 11, Boise State at 12, 13 for SMU, A&M only down to 14, and Army takes a little bit of a step back to 25. Washington State into the rankings, 22. Some very, very good news so far. And people in North Carolina not satisfied with the state of the country. That could harm Harris, as many view her as the incumbent, and she's really struggled to distance herself. While doing a good job of taking credit for the Biden administration's successes, she has struggled very much to distance herself from the Biden administration's multitude of, in the American people's eyes, failures. And with Georgia 4% reporting, Rockdale County 76 to 24. Let's take a look at Rockdale County in 2020. And that is an improvement for Harris. And if she really is running up with 68% of voters in, if she really is able to run up the turnout in these Atlanta suburbs, that is good news. Miami-Dade County, though, very bad news for Harris. She's down by 8% in Florida, with 62% reporting. No shock there. I was honestly expecting it to be within 10. So the fact that she has made enough inroads to keep it within 10, very good news. Now let's take a look at the governor. And Phil Scott is leading by a whopping 80% in the Vermont governor's race. Vermont elects their governor every 2 years, apparently. Is there a reason Vermont has governor elections every 2 years? Phil Scott just gets to run up the numbers every 2 years. So does New Hampshire. I mean, what on earth? Mecklenburg County, Joe Biden's. And some worse news for Harris with 0% reporting in Charleston County. I thought that would be a little bit higher. Harris is down in Charleston County. Let's take a look at in 2020. Biden won the county by 13%. Back to 2024. That's not illegal. And 7.5%. 7.5%. Harris winning in Virginia with 2% in. And if Harris can take a lead, not good news though, she's down in Prince William County by about 2%, a county Biden won by 3% of votes in. But Jill Stein with 2.5% of the vote in the Washington suburb county. If Stein is going to be an issue, that's not good. Chesterfield County that Harris is up by about 5%. Biden won by about 7%. Not very many votes reporting. If she can continue to hold the lead there, that's fairly good for her. And the rural Americans are voting for Trump. But let's take a look at Gwinnett County. Harris winning by about 20%. Biden won the county by about 18%. Again, Harris is running up numbers in these Atlanta suburban counties where she really needs to win. Now let's take a look at the competitive county. Randolph County, 55% reporting Trump is leading by about 4%. Biden won the county by 9% last time. A very black county. And Florida narrowing back up down to a little bit, about just still staying at 7 with 64% reporting. Impressive speed of reporting. Uh-huh. I mean, Jill Stein. And some very important results here in Florida, 64%. She is underperforming Biden. That's not good in Virginia. She's overperforming Biden in the Georgia suburbs. That is good news for the Harris campaign. And before the election, we still know very little at this time, even with so many votes reporting. And Trump expanding his lead in Florida. That's fairly good news. Oh, Fairfax County votes, initial Fairfax County votes rolling in. Harris plus about 25 with 0 votes in, so I'm not exactly sure. Never mind, some votes in. And good news for the Harris campaign, 0 votes for Jill Stein or Cornel West in Fairfax County. She has 328, so very few, very small sample size. And we're 4 seconds from the voting polls closing in the state of North Carolina. And we can now project that the state of West Virginia will go to President Donald J. Trump. 2 states still too early to call in, Ohio and North Carolina. Ohio likely going to vote for Trump. We will see how that one goes. And Harris is narrowing up the gap. Trump leading by a lot in Georgia, but look at the map. Most of the counties are the rural counties that Trump did so well. And look up at the north. Look at these 2 counties. Look at Truleton County, Emanuel County. These are just places where Trump wants to run up the numbers. Not necessarily any need for worry if you're a Democrat yet in the state. And a key race alert. Stein with only 0.3% in Florida. That's good news for the Harris campaign. And only out of the 400,000 votes cast, only 800 votes in Georgia. The Georgia Democratic Party has done a great job suppressing the Stein vote, and that continues to show here. Prince William County, though, really a shocker with 6% of votes reporting. Fairfax County voting for Harris with a whopping 0% of the vote in. And good news for Harris in Randolph County. She's taken a lead with 66% of the vote, reporting Biden won Randolph County by 10%. She was down by 5% with about 60% reporting. If she can get back to Biden's levels or better. Some bad news. Trump leading in Cobb County by 20%. That is bad news with only a whopping 400 votes reporting in Cobb County. I mean, the heavily black counties around Augusta are not reporting county. Now let's take a look at some of them in 2020. Let's take a look at Jefferson County. Biden won Jefferson County. No reporting yet. Let's take a look. None of the black Democratic coalition is reporting in that area, despite what it looks like. Some very bad news in Chatham County. Oh, okay, with only 300 votes reporting. But Savannah is going currently 66% for Trump. And our first results in North Carolina coming in from Asheville, 14 votes for Harris, 8 for Trump, and nothing for any other party as the Democrats take a slight lead. She's doing better than Biden in Rockdale County, so she should be encouraged by that. Trump is leading in Virginia. Never mind, Harris has taken the lead back with 4% reporting. But let's take a look at Prince William County. 7% of votes, and Trump's maintaining a lead. This would be the shocker of election night. Gwinnett County, let's take a look there. 59.4 to 40.6. And Harris is leading with about 100 votes in Gwinnett County right now. Florida, no projection. Trump leads by about 8.6%. Not bad results for the Harris campaign, but not necessarily too encouraging. So far, Pinellas County flips to Trump with 72%, and Harris should flip that. And votes sailing in North Carolina, and Harris is leading by a lot. And this is good news for the Harris campaign. Obviously, mostly the black counties. But let's take a look at this county, Catawba County, with 4% reporting. Harris leading. I mean, this is a critical state that really decreases Trump's path to victory. And Harris has taken a lead, of course, in the Virginia statewide elections and taken a massive lead in Prince William County, as expected, as votes start to flow in for Harris. And for key race alert in the Senate, we can project that Jim Justice will pick up the first seat. And Florida, 73% of votes reporting Trump leads by about 9%. That is what is to be expected. And some good news for people who want to know the results quickly. Votes are coming in fast. 9% of votes reporting in Georgia. Trump leading by 20%. Obviously, not very many of them. I mean, a good amount actually are in these counties outside of Atlanta. That is not great for her. I mean, she's doing good in the margins there. None of the counties that are highly African American are reporting. Moreno's leading by a lot in Ohio. We'll take a look at our first major Senate race. And that is Oh, of course, with only 3% reporting from Warren County. Let's take a look at 2020. Warren County, I mean, we can't go back to, oh, actually, let's take a look here in the 2018 Senate results in Ohio. Warren County just north of Cincinnati. Vernacci 64, Brown 36. So actually encouraging results for Sherrod Brown, believe it or not, if he is only down by 10%. And no reporting from Mecklenburg County, and a very shocking result in Swain County. Obviously, only 2% of votes in, but a very much Trump Appalachian County. And if Harris, because of the hurricane, can make gains in Appalachia, because of the federal response, that will be very, very important for Harris. 9% in Georgia, Trump lead. Broward County, but if Miami-Dade County continues on its trajectory, 73% in, Harris is down by 10%. Not very many people are talking about it, but this is very unbelievably bad news for Harris with Hispanic voters. Falls Church. Harris underperforming Biden in the Northern Virginia suburbs. Obviously, not all votes reporting, so we cannot currently.
God, what if Virginia falls?
She's up with mostly rural counties reporting. Virginia's not falling. If she's up by 20% in Virginia, with Fairfax County at. Why are you drinking so much water? That's wine, isn't it? Why are you drinking so much water? Fairfax County, if she wins 70%, if Fairfax, 45% of votes in Fairfax County, she, I believe, is just outperforming President Biden. Let's take a look. Biden with 69.9% of the vote. Harris with 68.8, just underperforming Biden. Fairly similar margins there. I don't think she's in much trouble. But never mind, never mind. Let's take a look at Chesterfield County. Get only 17% votes reporting, but Trump leading by 2%. Biden won the county by 7%. Ballots continuing to be counted. And again, Randolph County flips back towards Harris with 66% of votes reporting. In an interesting trend we're seeing, places with counties with higher African American populations that are tend to trend Democratic are voting less for Jill Stein than places with higher white populations. This does not surprise me because white people tend to be a lot more honest with themselves when they hate Jews. And Harris winning by a lot with 2% reporting. That is fairly impressive. Jill Stein, a very odd candidate, basically paid off by Russia, but that is a topic for another time. Cleveland with 12 votes in. Harris only leading by 5%, by 1% in Cleveland. That is horrendous news for the Harris campaign with a whopping 23% reporting. Now let's take a look at the United States as a whole. If North Carolina holds for Harris, that is huge for the Harris campaign. Obviously, most of the votes coming in from places like Wake County, Durham, Raleigh, Durham, none from Asheville, nothing from Charlotte yet. So still very much optimism for the Harris campaign. Trump is leading with 13% of votes in. In Cobb County, 0% of votes in. But let's take a look at the Black Belt. And in Augusta, no reporting yet. And some good news for Harris. She leads by a fair amount in Burt County, a place that Trump won. The 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. hour is when results really start to take shape. By 9 p.m. in 2016, it was fairly obvious that Donald Trump would be the next president of the United States. We will see if that happens again. Unlikely with the current state of the race, but still very much possible. And Trump leading by 15% in Ohio, with 4% of the votes reporting mostly in rural areas. Take a look at Hamilton County here. 58% of votes reporting. Harris still leads in Hamilton County, a very important county for Harris to make gains. But did they just Harris with 58.2% of the vote in Virginia. So fairly good news. Did I think Virginia just rescinded some election results. Not sure how that works, but Chesterfield County now going for Harris. Not sure what's going on in Virginia right now. We're watching live the CNN Magic Wall. And Duval County, Trump is leading by 0.1%. Jesus Christ, a whopping 700 votes separate the two. And if Harris can win Duval County, that's very good. Look for her. We're 14 minutes away from poll closings in some of the most important counties. And in the very, very black county of Warren County, Harris is winning. Take a look, go to the CNN Magic Map. Take a look at Warren County. It's the closest thing to a gerrymandered county I think I have ever seen to to push black people for Harris. Now let's take a look at Tennessee 2020 results. In Knox County, Trump wins by 15%. Harris looking to improve on that. Harris leads by about 37% in North Carolina. Trump leading by 20% with 14% of votes in Georgia. It really is mostly his base rural voters that are filling out the electorate, but still not. I don't know what just happened in Virginia. Let's take a look on our map here. Yes, this is more like what we're seeing. Harris 55, Trump 43. That's about what we expected it to be in. And Winston-Salem, Forsyth County, only 0% of votes reporting, but Trump leads by 30% in Forsyth County. How much did Biden win the county? Yes, he won the county by about 14%.
blue wall, and all eyes are on Philadelphia right now. That's why as we speak, they're trying to get the rest of the voters into the polls. Let's go to Caitlin Collins at Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach. Caitlin?
Yesterday's day, we're here at the convention center where Donald Trump is hosting his election night party. I'm with Stevens Kristen Hills. And Philadelphia and Pennsylvania overall obviously has been a key focus for them. But after Donald Trump and the Puerto Rican remarks fallout from his rally at Madison Square Garden, they were particularly worried because there are Puerto Ricans traveled in Pennsylvania. There's more than 400,000 Puerto Rican voters in Pennsylvania. He actually went to Allentown. There was a few protests. They were
And get this, there are less Arab voters in Michigan than there are Puerto Rican voters in Pennsylvania. Trump going to need to court them. In Ohio, still no projections. Trump leads by about 60%, with 5% reporting mostly from rural counties. So we will take a look. Let's take a look at Hamilton County, the home of Cincinnati. Harris leads by 10% with 0% reporting. Oh, bad news for the Harris campaign. Hamilton County has gone back to Trump. Trump leading in Hamilton County by 0.6%. And we just sit, we wait, and we watch as we get closer and closer to the poll closings in the state of Pennsylvania. North Carolina gonna close up. Georgia gonna close up. And
What are you worrying about voters being out of Pennsylvania? Democracy is the number one issue for voters. Take a look, 33%.
Ohio, Harris leading with 9% of votes in, by 5% in the state of Ohio. Mahoning County, 40% of votes in. Youngstown, Harris leads by 9%. Trump won the county. That is huge. If Harris can win Mahoning County, Youngstown, Pennsylvania, she's improving on Biden's margins by almost 15%. Cuyahoga County, obviously, she's leading 71% of votes. Biden with only 20. She is improving the state of Ohio, and that is very, very big news.
Democracy is the major 23% or so, 30% non-majority supporting legal abortion, and bad, but not as bad. I think it's night and day. I mean, it's comparative Georgia and North Carolina, 48% of people in Pennsylvania saying either abortion or democracy is the most important issue. She's a very different climate in North Carolina, and that's the plus. She doesn't have to win all of the states that Joe Biden won. She just needs to win enough to get to 270.
And Florida with 78% reporting. We are less than 9 minutes away from the poll closures in the states of. Let's take a look at where the polls will be closing. And they will be closing in the states of Oklahoma, Missouri, Illinois, Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama, Florida, DC, Maryland, Delaware, New Jersey, Maine, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, and the key battleground state of Pennsylvania, as well as partial closures in Kansas, North Dakota, South Dakota, Texas, and the key battleground state of Michigan. Harris leading in Ohio with no real shocking results, to be honest, in Ohio. If she can win Mahoning County. Now let's take a look at Mahoning County. In 2016, Mahoning County went to Hillary Clinton by 49.9%. Trump won Mahoning County with 50.4% of the vote in 2020. Will Harris be able to hold on? She leads by 9% with 40% reporting. Loudoun County, Harris leads by 17% with 92% reporting. Biden won Loudoun County by 25%. Trump really improving in Loudoun County, although that's not a surprise after Youngkin performed. What?
When it posted first votes at 8:01 p.m., they will be posting just over 110,000 ballots. These are mail ballots. This is the long-awaited first batch of mail ballots to be posted, and it's representation by the state. More than 50% of all mail ballots that they have received. This also, for context, puts Philadelphia well ahead of the other counting states from 2020, which we've all become so familiar with. This is a big moment that we're running first here on CNN. They'll be posting just over 110,000, and we'll see the results of that when it goes online. The crucial thing is you say,
And Harris down in Florida. Harris up by a lot. I mean, like 33% in North Carolina with 3% reporting. Let's take a look at Stein. And she's got 1% in Virginia. Not a factor in Ohio. Something very odd. Well, Franklin County, Columbus going very heavily for Democrats as well as Lucas County, Toledo, 41%. Let's take a look at Toledo. Biden won the county by Harris overperforming Biden by a lot so far in Ohio. So this by like and 5% is, I mean, it's not enough to flip the state, but it is enough to significantly alter.
turnout and certainly exceeded expectations. News sources at the state and local level in Philly told that the whispers today in several polling places they are the Democratic stronghold. Overall, one state source speaking to election officials in Philly said it seems the turnout there was, quote, black high and teams were the roof. Looking at Cleveland County here up Northfield and state officials also tells me that Minnehaha University there.
Yep, Northampton County, very important. Strong turnout. That's a good sign for the Harris campaign. In Northampton County, a huge indicator of who won the presidency. Trump lost it by 2,000 votes in 2020 and won it by about 5,000 in 2016. And we are under 4 minutes away from our first major look at results in Pennsylvania. Now let's take a look at the map in general. And this is really some very
It's the biggest spot in the book that you need to run it out in Philadelphia. So for this, then we get about 100,000 votes, right? And this is going to happen this is a reminder. You go back and win Philadelphia,
Harris is leading in Ohio with 15% reporting. And some very odd results. I mean, Akron County, I guess, Summit County, this
the biggest building block for any Democratic victory in Pennsylvania has to be not only high percentage, but you want that turnout. Then we get into the federal.
Brown is currently overperforming Harris by about 1.2%. Both of them with very large leads in Ohio with about 15% of ballots reporting. Now we go to North Carolina, where Mecklenburg County, Charlotte is reporting 6%. North Carolina, 3% of votes in. Harris leads by about 24% in North Carolina. Trump leading by about 24% in Georgia. Harris has taken the lead in Cobb County with 0% of votes reporting. Now let's take a look at Floyd County with 4% of votes reporting. Harris winning leading there. Trump won that state, won that county by over 40%. Obviously, just early results, but good news.
You mentioned when we're voting on it there, I talked to one of our voters over here, I guess, he said she was confident in Harris to pull that out, that's the belt out of there. That's Pennsylvania, there are some back in 2024, and see what we have on the map. At the moment, we told you this early on, the vice president is leading in Delaware, Ohio. This is no Delaware anymore, this is Ohio and red state. So let's take this, it's 20% estimated reported, we're gonna be ahead and behind, but remember we told those states you're gonna see a lot of early votes first.
I mean, Harris will obviously be lose in the state of Ohio, but she is very much outperforming with 15% and still leading.
Northern County, just north of Indianapolis, where the last president was leading, when we were in the 50%. So we're about 62% now. Still very competitive.
Trump very narrow in Hamilton County, keeping our eyes on that. And we are just moments away from our first major poll closing of the night, the 8 p.m. poll closing, 16 states and the District of Columbia.
He's at 22%, and right now he's in the ballpark for a 10-point win. Keep an eye on that. If you get that 10-point win there, the question is, can you carry it over? This is always been Democrats' frustration. How do we get Virginia, but we can't get North Carolina? Demographically, they're very
Because there's no DC at the top of North Carolina. Shocker. Uh-oh. Horrendous news for Harris. Trump leads in Fulton County. That's where Atlanta is. With a total of 300 votes reporting. And 33% of votes reporting. Georgia narrowing up. Will we see the same thing with North Carolina? Harris still leads by 20% in North Carolina with, an equal amount of votes reporting. This is good news for the Harris campaign. We are 10 seconds away from the poll closings. So stand by for CNN projections. In our projections, once we can verify. And we have some CNN projections in the states of Florida. 30 electoral votes for President Trump. Tennessee, we will give you our projections very soon. What? No, it's not. Florida, Tennessee, shocker. Are they not gonna project Maine's first? That's not good. Maine's first district, not Maine at large. They're not projecting Connecticut. They're not projecting Rhode Island.
90 to 27.
Yeah, that's expected, but these are some very odd decisions by the Harris decision desk. Texas initial results coming in. Harris is leading in the state of Texas. Whoa! With 59% reporting in Dallas County immediately. Biden won the county with 65.1%. Harris leading with 60.9%. 59% reporting. Not necessarily great for Vice President Harris, but not bad. Now let's take a look at the state of the race right now. Harris has a wider margin with the same amount of, less votes, a little bit less in North Carolina. This is good.
Nice job.
And let's take a look at what Fox News has projected. They've projected Connecticut. They've projected Rhode Island. They've projected New Jersey. Some very they've projected Maine's first. I'm not sure why the CNN is holding off, but we will wait and see. Do we have to not have counties? Okay. No, what? Well, then the votes report by city. Oh, I guess so does May. And no projection in Mississippi yet from CNN, and projection from Fox's decision desk. What we're seeing is just more trigger happy. And Trump leading in South Carolina. I think they should be able to make a projection shortly in South Carolina. Obviously, I believe they are waiting for some more results in Charleston County. Harris, with 5% of votes in North Carolina, narrowing down as expected. Every single county reports at about the same speed, 3%. Harris is leading in Pennsylvania. That's, yeah, the votes reporting are from Pittsburgh. Shocker. And Trump is now projected to win in South Carolina by the AP. And we will now project that President Trump will retain the state of South Carolina. And if she's able to run up turnout in Pittsburgh, which is what her campaign really aimed at doing, that is again good news.
How was Biden doing?
Way better. Well, Biden was leading in Alabama at 9 p.m. So what happened at 9 in the early part of the election?
That's where we are right now. 12,000 votes ahead. Only 6% of the votes.
I think it's gonna be a long.
We've got 179,000 states.
53% of votes reporting Fulton County, 71% for Harris, 72% for Biden. Harris is leading. Cobb County, Obama. And Biden, Harris currently underperforming Biden in 2020. And our first results are in Michigan and Oakland County. 63% for Trump in 2020. Biden won Oakland County by a fair amount. That's not good news. It's tough to stand. And 87.4% of the vote for Harris in Philadelphia. Not surprising, but even then, that is still overperforming Biden by about 10% in Philadelphia. And Maine has its first results reporting, and they are in favor of former President Trump in the town of Hollowell with 100% of votes reporting. Shocking results out of Hollowell, voting for 200 votes for President Trump and 100 for Vice President Harris. That is a complete lie. Dallas County, and this is a bit of Kaufman County. Trump leads by about 30%. Trump underperforming in the suburb in the Dallas suburbs. But we're gonna look at these two counties, Collin County and Denton County, just north of Dallas and Fort Worth, Tarrant County and Dallas County, obviously. And this could be very bad for us. Trump 95, Harris 35. We are going to go ahead and rescind our projection in Missouri until further results can come in. Likely we will return that one shortly, but we will. And our first results in Kansas, in Butler County, 40%, Trump 70.2. Trump won the county by 69.5. And Harris leading in every battleground state except for in every competitive state except for Maine and Georgia right now. Some very odd decisions not to call a state. New Jersey, Harris leads by 30%. I guess those are the blue parts of New Jersey, but still, I don't understand exactly what is slowing them down. And early voting in Oakland County with 14% in favoring Harris, 76.7% of the vote. Biden only got 56.4, and with 54, and that is huge for Harris if she can keep running margins like that. She leads in Ohio with 32% of the votes in. She leads in Pennsylvania with 3% of the votes in, leading in North Carolina with 7% in, leading in Virginia with 29% in. Trump leads by 14 in Georgia with 37% in. A little bit of a worrying statistic there if you are the Democratic Party. But some good news in places like Burke County, in Jenkins County. These are Republican counties that have flipped for Harris, and she's leading in right now. And Trump leads the state of Maine by 5 votes. An incredibly competitive election so far. Do the Penobscot really have one big, long, continuous reservation on the Penobscot River? I know, called the Penobscot Indian Island Reservation. Well, it's big and annoying. Harris doing well in Virginia. Key race alert in the state of Florida. Harris leads Williamson County. Trump, very competitive county. Voted for Biden, voted for Trump by a lot in 2016. We'll see if Harris can keep Biden's gains in the suburbs in Texas. It is very early on in election night, and at 8:10 p.m. we are taking our first break of the night. Thank you for watching. When this count hits 2 hours of our 8:30 p.m. cold closings, thank you for watching. The I was just on mute. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. And we are just 18 minutes away from poll closures in Arkansas as we keep getting results rolling in the state of Michigan. Harris leads with 76%. Jill Stein only 0.5% of the vote. I believe that is where Hamtramck is. Let's take a look at Google Maps for Dearborn. Dearborn, I believe. Well, Dearborn's, I believe, in Wayne County, but let's think about Hamtramck. Very, very areas in the Detroit area that Harris needs to win. No, I have my thoughts on why these people should vote. I have no one to tell them. Harris leading in Waukesha County, a county Biden won by about 72.6% of the vote. Harris needs to win that too. She's leading by about 60 with only 60% of the vote, so not great. This is not good results for the Harris campaign in Georgia. Very positive results for the Harris campaign in North Carolina. As results keep rolling in, she maintains about a 7-point lead there. In Texas, Trump and Harris neck and neck with 17% of votes reporting. Harris with 48.8, Trump with, and Allred leading Ted Cruz. And this must, wow, the amount of vote splitting. Trump leads Texas by 40, Harris has 48.8. Allred is 51.4. Allred is leading by 5% over Cruz. Harris is down. So some good news for Allred, not great news for Harris, but not a shocker. And breaking news, Angus King is performing the worst of any Maine Senate candidate with only 40% of votes. 40 votes. And Rick Scott has been projected to win. Marsha Blackburn projected to win in Tennessee. He's very lucky that they don't have pictures on ballots. And Illinois first results reporting from the Cook suburbs, which is just a conglomeration of non-Chicago. And Biden won by 66.4% of the vote. Harris leading in Illinois, not a shock there. Not exactly sure how votes are counted in Illinois right now. That's most certainly going to get an accusation of fraud. Well, actually, I guess polls did close. And Kansas, Harris is leading, but the votes reporting are from Wyandotte County. But from Topeka, let's take a look at Topeka. Shawnee County, Biden with 50.1%, Harris now with 55%, 37% of votes reporting. Now, president in And Slotkin leading. Not a surprise she was favored to win. And the swing states to the north in favor. When did they name it the Magic Wall? That was never its name. President Trump leads in Illinois with no lead. And Harris votes all in the Atlanta suburbs. And Trump is leading by 10% in Georgia. Very bad news for the Harris campaign. The black and DC, the polls haven't even closed and they've projected it. Do polls close in? Polls do. Actually, polls have technically closed in DC, and we can make that projection. And here we go. Kansas lead for Harris. Illinois lead for Trump. Ohio for Harris. North Carolina for Harris. Georgia for Trump. Maine for Trump. Is anyone going in the results from Ken Duskeg? Harris actually, Trump overperforming his performance to there. Hancock, Trump 46.2, Harris. Trump underperforming there with 81% of votes reporting. And in Mississippi, we've got our first votes reporting with the Trump campaign leading. The New York Times isn't very good right now because the people are on the strike.
That one?
Uh-huh. CNN's doing much better. The needle is not happening.
Midwest, we have Kansas blue at the moment, where we went up in red state. We'll count the votes, see what happens. Record shock us after dissolved with the referendum there. Ohio is still blue, and we expect more votes come in, that will swing back. But again, that's why we count votes. If you look at this big picture at the moment, Donald Trump in an unusual position. We'll see if it holds up. At the moment, he's leading through the popular vote. Of course, lost the popular vote in both 2016 by a much larger margin, 7 million votes in 2020. At the moment, he's 2.2.
Could Harris win the election and lose the popular vote?
Yes. Well, I don't think so for California.
I mean, yeah, she wins a plus 5 million. I mean, right now the results aren't too outlandish, and she's up in the electoral college and down in the popular vote.
It's possible. Hope you'd be so mad. That would be awesome because it might make them get rid of her.
And then he'd run in 2028 and destroy him and then bring it back. He won't die. He's incredibly, unbelievably unkillable.
I think he really will die.
I wouldn't be surprised if DeSantis kills him. Because it was supposed to be DeSantis, and Ohio finally flips towards Trump. Although that is a long time, and Harris very competitive still. Let's take a look in Indiana at some of the counties that we care about, like Hamilton County, 78% in. Fairly good looking results for Trump. Now let's take a look at Northampton County, 8% in. Harris leading by a lot in Northampton County, 16% in Northampton County, complete. And that is not good if he's failing in the suburbs for the Trump campaign. We do expect President Trump to declare victory tonight at about 11:30 p.m., no matter the results of the election. Now let's take a look at ballot measures. That no one's talking about them. They're usually only a thing. But in Florida, we are very, very close to a projection that Florida has just enshrined abortion in its state constitution. Florida. What? Huh? New York Times. Okay. Here. This has got to be some sort of screw up, right? If they're projecting no.
Oh, that could go for that.
It would be the projection of no with 59% reporting down by 10. No, like mathematically, that's a really bad projection. Well, Orlando has not voted. What? Man,
Michael.
wait, how the hell did that just?
You.
I didn't touch anything. Stop accusing me of stuff. Hey! Just, you gotta be quiet. You're paying attention. And how the hell did that end?
Michael, Joshy. Hey, Michael. If you don't want to be here, you don't have to be. Do you want to? Okay.
Easy being a bitch.
Okay, Joshy, if you want dessert, you have 5 minutes. Would you like to go get your dessert? Why don't you go get some candy? Or do you want to?
Thank you for listening to thank you for listening. We are going to end our live coverage after 5 hours and 12 minutes. We may come back later tonight, but thank you for listening.